First item on the agenda is invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, if you stand with me and let's go to the Lord in prayer, then we'll do the pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this day and for the opportunity to come together as a group and a body, Lord, that does the business of this county, and ask you to guide and direct our minds and our actions to act in the best interest of the taxpayers and the citizens of Anderson County. And we ask you, Lord, to be with our first responders and our military men and women throughout the world that are protecting us today, Lord. Keep them safe, lift them up. We ask you to forgive us of our sins, go with us through this day, and bless our lives to thy servants. These things in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment. We've got two individuals signed up. Let me go over the rules. There will be 30 minutes allowed for public participation. Those signed up to speak to the court will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to make their remarks. Only those members of the public signed up to speak when the meeting is called to order will be allowed to address the court. Okay. First, we've got Mr. Tony Rome. Mr. Rome, and I think you did a handout for the court, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm here to talk about blackjack, but not the card game. As y'all know, I've had mapped the county and...
Mr. Rome, let me interrupt you just for a second. If y'all will, if you're going to address the court, if you'll please make sure that mic, because the clerk needs to be able to
Can you hear me? Okay,
record.
good.
Okay.
Now, I mapped the county and printed the map in 2008, and then I've since been updating that map, and I thank the sheriff for printing copies for me. We've gotten maps to the JPs and the constables and sheriff's department and the police department and the highway patrol. So one thing that I noticed when I mapped was every road that was listed as not maintained by the county was listed as a private road. And I didn't see a public road listed in the index, and I still don't see them. So I'm here to talk about blackjack, which is a public road. And I had sent y'all some stuff, and if you'll Google this, or you can find it on the internet and read through it, and it'll make more sense. But I know this is something that's totally different from what y'all have probably been in contact with. But blackjack is a street that runs 3/10 of a mile between Shady Shoreline and Piney Woods in the Pine Dune Edition. It's got 25 pieces of property down through there. And according to this, it was laid out as a public road. The public road doesn't pass by deed, it passes by contract. There's 3 elements on the contract. The people that own the road, it might be one person or it might be everybody down there that has a part of that road. They offer it, the people that are buying lots and using it accept it, and it becomes a public road. And so it's a public road by contract. And if you take time to read that, it'll make more sense. Now, it says the owner can't rescind that contract. The only way it can be is if it's abandoned, if it's no longer useful. And I don't see anywhere in the contract, anywhere in the law, that it says the county can rescind those contracts. So whenever the county came along and called it a private road and private property, you're in effect were rescinding a bunch of contracts that those people had on that road. You're rescinding a contract that was made with the public. So if you hadn't read this thing, it will be Greek to you, I guarantee you. I've done this 40 years, and it took a while to get through it. So, and also the internet explains more about private road and a public road. It says a private road is a road over which a limited number of people have the right to pass. In contrast, a public road are over roads over which the entire traveling public has a right to pass. So there's a big difference on it. And whenever I compared my index to, I bought a disc that had 22,000 pieces of property and did a search on that. I wound up with, including my index, 196 private road numbers have been assigned. And of that, I would guess, I found, the first time I found 118 that would qualify as a public road instead of private road. Then the problem that I see in going back, I never saw before, is one guy said on that Robert Hall Jr. Road down, the guy on the end of it said that man had planted trees in the road. I can take you to another one where a guy said that the people put a gate on the road. I've seen them park equipment on the road, everything. And by having it called a private road, private property, then anybody up down through there say, well, I've got an easement, I can put a, but if what I'm asking y'all to do, or seeing if you want to do, get acquainted with this, and if somebody comes in and says, somebody put the gate on my road, then you'll have an idea that you can go back and say, hey, you can't do that. It's actually, that's a public road. So, and I will, trust me, I will be back. I taught school, and I made sure everybody knew their math facts before they got out of 7th grade. And I think this is road facts, and I'll be back. And I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crum. Next is Christie Stanor. Just
You've already took it in.
state your name and you might pull that down.
My name is Christy Stannert. I'm here to be a voice for my son, Trent Stannert, who was born in 1999 in Tyler, Texas, and raised his whole life in Rusk County. He died in Anderson County in January of this year. The exact date of his death is still pending as we wait for the full autopsy report. Trent was a son to my husband and I, a brother to his big brother Jake, to his big brother Jake and his little sister Addison, a boyfriend to Kylie, and father to their children, 1-year-old daughter Erin and 2-year-old son Easton, and a friend to everyone he met. He was found January 28th, 2024, 8 days after he went missing here in Anderson County, a half a mile from where he was last seen alive, the Anderson County Jail. There were many in this county who refused to help us find Trent, but I'm here to thank those who did, including the search and rescue team from Sit 'em Down Cowboy Church in Upshur County, and almost 100 concerned citizens from Freestone County, Smith County, Rusk County, Cherokee County, as well as several concerned residents of Anderson County. I pray this horrible tragedy never happens again in Anderson County. This time it happened to my son. I hope next time it's not your son. If you want more information, we are in the front of the Annex building this whole week and are more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Consent agenda is considered to be self-explanatory and will be enacted with one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. However, any consent agenda item may be removed for individual consideration pursuant to a request by a Commissioners Court member. Megan, what budget amendments have we got?
9 through 11, and then
Oh, that's one I couldn't find, okay.
and then a revised number 6.
Okay.
Number 6 was just a clerical error, so just it was when y'all added that position, and that's in there, it was just,
Oh,
everything
that's-
else was,
Yeah, that's number 6.
right, and it just says revised at the top.
Ah,
It was just, matching all the positions to what is in the budget, it was just a clerical error.
thank you.
All right, so, approving bills, approving utilities, crossing county roads. I don't think anybody, Mr. Manson, do you have any utilities crossing county roads?
No, sir, we're gonna formally talk about it in an agenda item.
The treasurer's report, I guess we need to be sworn in on that.
Gentlemen, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to read the treasurer's report and believe to the best of your ability it is correct?
Yes,
I
I
do.
do.
Thank you.
The sheriff's report, county clerk's report, tax assessor collector's report, district attorney's report, auditor's report, district clerk's report, IT report, JP reports, constable reports, veterans report, collections report, historical commission reports, and minutes for the regular meeting of September 11th, 2023, the regular meeting of December the 27th, 2023. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 5 is consider and take action on the final plat for Lone Star Estates located on FM 837 and Highway 155. And I believe Stacy Phillips is here with them, and she's giving me the final plat, so I have that. Ms. Phillips?
This is a second reading, so I'm not sure what you want me to do here.
Unless there's any changes or concerns.
No,
or
there's been
anything.
no
I
changes.
think Commissioner Dixon's had a chance to look over it, emergency management on OSS, and they looked at it for floodplain also.
It's all been
Is there any
submitted.
questions? Ms. Phillips? I'll entertain a motion to approve the final plat, Lone Star Estates located on FM 837 and Highway 155. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Chapin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims. He beat you. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 6, consider and take action on the annual contract between Anderson County and Meals on Wheels, as well as the following volunteer fire departments: Bethel, Cayuga, 84 East, Tennessee Colony, Tucker, and Westside. And we do have financial reports on each of those. That's why they're on to, which is required. That's why they're on to approve their contracts. If there's not any questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the contracts for Meals on Wheels, the volunteer fire departments to include Bethel, Cayuga, 84 East, Tennessee Colony, Tucker, and Westside. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 7 is here presentation from Rayburn Electric Cooperative regarding the site layout for an electric switch yard on State Highway 294. Commissioner Mims.
Yes, sir. We're supposed to have a representative here this morning. There he is. Yes, sir.
Okay.
What they're gonna do is, they're gonna put a yard in down there, and I'll let him further explain, and that's why they wanna take it through a utilities crossing in Commissioner's Court. I want it to actually be formally, documented in the notes, because, unless they require us to do any action, there's really no action required. So we just wanna have Anderson County to give its graces for this project. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
He needs
The clerk needs one.
And the reason why I had him get on the agenda, this is the first of its kind since I've been commissioner, and at this large of a scale project, just to formally just say, okay, go in and do it, or take it through utility crossings, even though it is utility for Encore, but it's a switch yard.
And if you'll state your name and who you
Certainly.
represent.
So good morning. My name is Frank Pullman with our Delta Engineers in Garland, Texas. We're consulting engineering and surveyors for Rayburn Electric Cooperative. They're GNT, Generation and Transmission Cooperative, with 4 distribution cooperatives as members, one of which is TVAC, which is serving this area. So the project is 3.75 acres on West State Highway 294. There will be a new high voltage switch yard. So we have an existing Encore transmission line and a point of delivery there that is antiquated, poor shape, and so on. So we're going to replace that with a modern switch yard with a gas controlled breaker, so on, to basically improve reliability. In the long range, now this serves 2 TVAC substations upstream. In the long range, we will bring another transmission line to loop this and then, have even better reliability. So, there are plans to, this is the first step in sort of modernizing and bringing this up to where it should be nowadays. So, I'm giving you a set of plans. Basically, we have a preliminary plat, sort of some site views, and then a full set of civil plans. It's an extremely difficult site. Driving up here, I noticed, a lot of hills and so on. Well, this one really exemplifies that. So, we're looking at, some retaining walls, in order of 24 feet high. It's really something. So, but it all obviously be well engineered. I've got 9 licensed professional engineers, among other staff. So the things I'm really trying to find out, because, we searched online, looked at your development, subdivision ordinance and regulations and so on. So will platting be required? I'm just going to kind of give you this list. So will platting be required? We are going to have a communications tower on there on the order of 150 feet. Is there any permitting required there? With respect to floodplain development, we are not filling in the fringe of the floodplain of the major creek there. However, we have a small tributary that already has a culvert crossing, is grossly undersized. We need access, 24/7, 100-year storm, whatever. In fact, when those storms occurs, we're most likely to, have an issue. So basically upgrading the culvert to something that will pass the full 100-year event. Then after that, plan review and permitting. Does the county have anything here they want to permit, any plans they want to review? There is no on-site sewage facility. These are unmanned. We have no wet utilities. Lastly, of course, we have a tie to a TxDOT roadway, and we work with them on the driveway permit and the culvert permit there. And I guess lastly, if there are reviews, on the county level, who's the point of contact, for whether it be technical questions, submittals, reviews, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. So, Court, this is where I was going through our subdivision regulations and everything. I did not actually find anything that's requiring us to actually make them do anything. And that's why I brought it to the court. The only thing I would ask them to do is just submit it in the minutes for the platting so that it'll be a record on file at our clerk's office. If the court wishes to do anything different, please advise now, and that's where we'll go from there. But this same existing drawing, plats, everything that they have there, I would say that they could be submitted into the county's records per calls and conversations that I've had with Austin and other places, just so we can have it, because all their permits and everything is going through the state. There's really no regulations that we could enforce by our subdivision planning at this time, because they are utilities.
Well, we don't have it on number 7 to take any action,
That's why we're.
but he's made the presentation so we can receive his handout.
Yes, sir.
And like you asked, just add more.
To put it in.
Minutes with this item in the agenda.
Yes, sir.
So just to be clear on the platting, we're just talking about, we've got a preliminary plat in there. That's part of this package. Is there any further action required on that?
We have Christina Crockett here, our emergency management coordinator. I don't believe that's anything that she can formally make y'all do also. Is that correct, Christina?
No,
This is Texas Utilities, and
that's right.
they already made everything they needed. They're just upgrading our infrastructure so that we can carry the load here. And I'm thankful that they're coming in, spending the money, upgrading the project that's gonna help our people in Anderson County
Certainly.
and far out. It goes way to Jewett everywhere else, right? Off of this.
Yeah, yes.
This line
Yes, sir.
expands.
Sorry,
Could you
not
tell them
yet.
how far this line go?
Yeah, so Lakeview Tap, which is what we're doing, then it goes to Lakeview Sub. Then Jewett is on the Encore line. Then there's one additional TVEC substation. So I think the transmission line totals out of here is 4 or 5 miles, something like that. The first substation, TVEC substation, like 2,000 feet up the road. So, again, right now it's radial. In other words, if something happens in the dark, but there are plans to bring a transmission line in to where it's looped or fed from 2 sides.
Yes, sir.
Which, is be a much better situation.
Yes, sir. And this will go into the expansion that y'all doing uptown too by All-Star coming in through Holiday Inn Express. They put those bigger, heavier lines in and more poles and everything set up.
Yeah, that's going to be on the distribution side. So Rayburn's is a generation and transmission. So we're working 138,000 volts and up. And so the switch yard controls that and, and as protection and control, then sends us down line to the distribution substation where they take that voltage, step it down to 1247 or 25 kV. And that's what's going out, transformers, the Holiday Inn, whatever it is. So that's on the distribution grid.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Did you bring any cards with you this time?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
No, he's good to go. It's not gonna fall underneath our stuff.
So at this time, I thank the court for allowing us to give the presentation, recognize their being here in Anderson County. We're thankful for them, and we'll give this to, our clerk already have one, and we'll get it in the minutes. And
Thank you, sir.
Would it help you to have electronic copies of this, or is the hard copies suffice?
Electronic would be great.
Okay. Can I email those to Ms. Starkey, or who should I send them?
yes, sir, we'll get them to you.
Very good.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you need these back, sir? These two, do you need them?
No, sir.
Okay, well, if you send us electronic copy, we'll definitely have that on
Okay,
file.
well,
Thank you.
they got them on Mento.
You have
Appreciate
your
it.
stuff on the
Thanks, sir.
table there. You have your stuff on the table.
Thank you, Dan.
Not a problem. Item number 8, consider take action to allow Ventec to place a culvert on Anderson County Road 2610 to complete the road they are building into the Atmos gas plant. Commissioner Mills.
Okay, FinTech here. I don't see anyone in the audience, but what it is, they're running a line in, and this will be a service road. We've already approved the line they're putting in. It's a hard line. It's a big line. We did this the first of this year and end of last year, and this is going to be one of the access roads off of it. That is in Bethel, where we have the actual gas plant. So this is the line accessing the gas and the salt water that's coming through, and they just needed a better culvert put in because it's been a lot of water from the amount of rain we had come through, and they're just going to upgrade their infrastructure to access their service points.
Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve allowing Ventec to place a culvert on Anderson County Road 2610 to complete the road that they're building into Atmos gas plant. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
we would have installed the culvert, but we thought it would be more safer if they did it themselves, and they agreed to it because they knew where all their existing pipelines is and everything, even though we'd have to get it all flagged, but we let them take all the liability.
Okay.
All right.
So it's so ordered. Item number 9, consider and take action to clear a fence road on Anderson County Road 453 to widen the right of way. Commissioner Hill.
Yes, sir. This is something we've done in the past, where we go in and clean fence row, and then landowner will come build the fence back and allow us to have more right of way. It's a narrow spot there on 453, so that's why we're wanting to do that. It's about 600 foot.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve clearing the fence row on Anderson County Road 453 to widen the right of way. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chapin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 10, consider and take action on awarding bids for materials on CD B21 grant for Anderson County Road 437. That's one you've been working on, Commissioner Hill.
Yes, sir, 427.
Oh, did I say 30?
I thought you said 437, but
It was
well,
in
it's
the
on there,
agenda.
yeah.
The typo is 427?
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not catch that. It's 427.
427, all right. we'll
Yes,
make
sir.
that correct.
I received two bids. I received a bid from Coker and Son for my rock for $34 a ton. And I would like to accept that. And it's received a bid from Texas Material for my asphalt for $105 a ton if we pick it up, or $115 a ton delivered, but we will go and pick it up since it's just right outside of town. And since this is a grant, on this road, it calls for us to use asphalt instead of oil sand. So our oil sand is a lot cheaper, but with the grant, they require us to use asphalt. So I'd like to receive accept the bid, Texas Material for $105 a ton, and we'll pick it up. And for Coker and Son Trucking for our gravel, for $34 a ton.
And I know we've got to have a report that I got to turn in by tomorrow that Kathy's asked me for on this, that they're waiting on.
On our, yes, to,
Yeah, I got to
once
send an
we,
email that we've done this.
yes.
So it's specific, do you mind wording the agenda? Wording the motion?
Okay,
So we're, especially since it's a grant.
right. Okay, I put in the form of a motion that we accept a bid from Texas Materials LLC for $105 a ton. That's us picking it up for asphalt. And then I also make a motion, we accept the bid from Coker and Son Trucking for our white rock for $34 a ton.
Okay. All right, motion by Commissioner Hill, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and all abstain. So ordered. Item number 11, consider and take action on a land use agreement with Kimberly Thompson, Anderson County Road 463 for Clay. Commissioner Hill.
Yes, sir. I found a pit where there is some clay, and Ms. Thompson is willing to sell it to us for $2 per yard. So I just wanted to take it through court. Clay is fairly hard to find. So like I say, she's got a very good pit where we can dig it and buy it. It's 31.6 acres of land where we'll be getting it from on County Road 463.
You gonna be a lease on it too, or?
No, just, just $2 per yard.
Okay, so is there, I'm listening to Commissioner Chapin's question, is there a written agreement?
Yes, sir, right here.
Okay, all right, I just
Yeah.
want to double check. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the land use agreement with Kimberly Thompson, for precinct 4 on Anderson County Road 463 for Clay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Chapin, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 12, consider to take action to pay a $100 deposit to Renee Bates Auctions for Precinct 4 Road and Bridge Department, and submit a bid on a reclaimer, RR 250B, up to $80,000, and B, submit a bid on a travel mixer up to a $5,000 bid.
That's a mixture you pull behind. Yes, sir. We found a reclaimer. I lease one every year for 3 months. And it's about $10,000 a month to lease them. They're pretty hard to find, and I found this one. My foreman and mechanic went to Van Zandt County where it's at and looked it over, ran it. Seems like a really good machine. I would be willing to bid up to $80,000 on it. It may not cost that much, may go over that, but that's all I'd be willing to bid on it. And they also have a travel mixer, and that's what, when we lay our oil in our sand, that's what we pull to mix it all together. and I'd be willing to pay up to $5,000 for that. My previous mixture is no good anymore.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion to pay the $100 deposit to Renee Bates Auction for Precinct 4 Road and Bridge and submit a bid on a reclaimer RR250B up to $80,000 and submit a bid on a travel mixer up to $5,000. Do I have a motion?
So,
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 13 is here an update on courthouse repairs and roof replacement. They still gotta I just wanna bring everybody up to speed on where we're at on that. They've gotten the roof on. It's been completed except for the last layer. And if y'all remember, they gotta wait 90 days, wait till this, sets up, and then they'll come back and put the last layer on. They were able to go ahead and put the materials up there, so they don't have to bring that crane back. So that's in place. So the roof is done except for the last layer, and we're in the dry. I've been talking to the architects and also Judge Duran, and I've talked. He's playing musical courtrooms. I think he's gonna use this courtroom right now with elections. He's been using the one across the hall, pretty regular, especially picking juries. Some of the district judges are doing that too. But essentially, he's using either the district courtroom number 2 over there when the district judges, they've been working with him on his schedule, and Judge Todd. So we're all working together, but he's been displaced from his courtroom. So what I'm in the process of trying to do is the old courtroom that Judge Bentley used to use. Then we're gonna try to get that one done first. You know, try to get that repaired, and then we're still trying. The architects are working with 2 consultants we found from the Historical Commission. They're trying to see which one needs to be the one to do this. But they've got to go in, and they're gonna have to assess the whole 3rd floor, because we wanna find out before we start trying to replace anything on what ceiling's gotta come down and what's gotta be repaired. So, but I wanna try to get Judge Durant a courtroom. So I'm gonna try to proceed with that just from a repair budget. The Historical Commission is working with us to try to help us cut some costs, and at the same time, give a future court, if they want to go back and get a historical grant to restore the courthouse to original. So he's looking at, there's no sense in taking this to a step where you gotta completely redo that courtroom, historical. He's gonna let us get it back up and running.
Right.
And so that's gonna help reduce some of our costs. But I wanna get him that courtroom, where it's working again, where you can go take care of business. And then we'll look at the rest of the 3rd floor, but it's kinda all happening at the same time. I just wanna give y'all a heads up on that.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. The roof is in the dry. Any questions or?
I did talk to them at conference. I seen them there, yeah, and I visited with him a little bit, and he said it was a pretty good chore, but he told me what you just said, you know, that they got everything up there that they're gonna need to finish up once the 90 days is up, so.
Well, we got, if you're on the 3rd floor and you're looking at the rotunda ceiling, actually you can see, and so that everybody, if looking at it, they know what it is. You've got that metal grating that's attached to the rafters. And then you've got your plaster ceiling attached to that. That's the original. But it's even in the rotunda. It's in the ladies' bathroom. It's in both third floor courtrooms. But you're seeing rust bleeding through because of the moisture. It's rusting through. So if we don't get that fixed, that plaster's going to fall like some of the others done. So that's one other issue. So, all right, but that was just an update. I want to make sure the court was on the same page, and we're trying to minimize our costs. Keep that down. Any other questions? All right. Item number 14 is here presentation, evaluate, develop a clear understanding of facility needs and opportunities, availability of funds on hand to help develop a comprehensive plan related to the $6.4 million, a little over that, certificates of obligation issued, received, and deposited October, November 2021 to remodel the Civic Center owned by Anderson County and Palestine. cover the cash balance that we have on hand currently in the dedicated fund that the treasurer's holding to remodel the civic center, and then talk about the potential plan. And as part of this, since the Trey gave that presentation back on January 22nd on the potential plan or the proposed plan that we're looking at, and that involves the county extension agents' offices and elections, and a state representative office. And of course, the AgriLife and the state rep are in the AgriLife building on North Sycamore, 519 North Sycamore, which was the old bank building. To talk about election facilities, security, integrity of elections, conference and training needs that everybody's expressed. So kind of a collective thing. So I'll put President Mark, will you get the light for me? First, I'm going to talk about the financial side. I tried to make these as short as I can, and Mark will have a scanned copy in minutes. Okay, make those for him. So, this was the issue. This was back in October of 2021, October the 25th, 2021, and then that was the total, and then you've got some costs that came out of that, cost of issuance, bond counsel, whatever those fees were, and you've got a total there. So what got deposited with the treasurer was $6.3 million to remodel the civic center, okay, back in 21. So essentially, that money is, there's been some expenditures. Of course, you had architect's fees and other fees in doing the assessment of the building and trying to, at first, and I went back and I was looking at the records. I've got another list PowerPoint that shows kind of some of the timeline. But first, it was $1 million that had been budgeted for a facility. I think it was out in Willow Creek for the Ag Extension Office. And then it changed to the Civic Center for $1 million, and then then the court decided to go for the bond. So that was kind of the process. These are expenditures out of the $6.3 million, and that was a total of $441,840 in 21. That was spent in 21 and 22. We hadn't spent anything in 23. This is a schedule for the bond. These are the bond payments. So except for we paid interest last year in 2023. So we're making payments, principal and interest payments, and those are through 2042. Okay. We just paid interest last year. This year we're paying principal and interest, and is that quarterly money?
Yes, sir. No, it's in February and August. It's twice a year.
Okay, all right. But we made one payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for this year. And these are both the schedules out of our budget book that was prepared by the auditor. All right. So essentially, we've got 20 years of payments, approximately $400,000 a year in principal and interest payments. And there's the final amount there. If you look in the treasurer's report that we approved today, then you can see that there's a principal and interest are divided there in the obligations of what we're paying. It's a little over $7 million from what we paid down on that. I tried to make this as big as I could so you could see it. Certificates of obligation, essentially a loan or like a bond. It was 20 years, matures 2042. This is what we essentially borrowed. This was the expenses for the issue, and this was what was deposited. And then the total of 441,840 that was spent 21 and 22. So that left us a cash balance of 5,858,160. Now I'm going off of some of the treasury reports and all, so some of these, we might have a few payments or some interest that we've gotten in, but I'm going off of this current data that I had available to me, okay? So if you add the interest back, of course, it's in an interest-bearing account, so we're actually earning interest. So you add the interest that we've gotten for 21, 22, and 23 for that deposit, then we're back our current balance, and that is in the treasurer's report today, $5,933,083.83, and that's essentially our current balance to remodel the Civic Center. Okay, so I want everybody to kind of have a grasp on the exact cash available to try to do the project. Now, one thing I was trying to do is kind of see, just from a conference center, when we were talking about when the court was trying to maybe turn it into a conference center. So I was looking at what the cost of operation might be, and so you got to take, and you're going to have a director, an assistant director, probably 2 maintenance people to take and maintain the facility. If you're doing conferences on a regular basis, they're going to have to be taking tables down and moving chairs and everything else, getting set up to do it right. So that was about $313,000, $314,000, okay? And I was looking at, excuse me, that was $258,318. Then I was looking at what maybe the utilities and water would be. So I just used what we've been doing for what we did for the annex for 2023, just to have some kind of ballpark, because it's, it's similar in size. I don't know exactly what until we come up with a plan, what the size of the rooms are and what the electrical will be, but that was just a ballpark. So the salaries and all the FICA to go with it, insurance, with utilities, just an estimate of $314,000 to operate on an annual basis. Along with, so I kind of did a breakdown here. So if you did the conference center, you got principal and interest payments, $400,000 a year. You got $320,000 of estimated in expenses. So you got a total of about $720,000 in expenses each year. And so you take that divided by 12 months, you got $60,000 in cost of operation a month. So if you had just a conference center, you'd have to be generating through conferences at least $60,000 a month to break even. So I just thought we needed to kind of look at that from a financial standpoint. All right. So what happens if we were to just sell, I've heard this, and so what if we just sell the Civic Center and pay the money back? Okay, if that's our option, then can we do that? So I asked Megan to check with bond counsel and just see if we can sell it, if we've got that option, and just pay the money back and get our money, okay? Or if we need to proceed with a plan, or what are our options, okay? So, can you tell us?
I spoke with Gregory Miller with Bickerstaff, who is our bond counsel, and I asked him.
Pull that mic, just kind of.
I spoke with Gregory Miller with Bickerstaff, who's our bond counsel that did our COs as well as the road bond. And I asked him several questions about what we can do with the Civic Center so the court knows what your options are. The first question was, if y'all decided not to go through with the project, how do we go about sending the money back? He said, let me just read it to you. To the extent that the Civic Center is financed with tax-exempt obligations, the Civic Center cannot be sold until that debt is paid off. If it is sold off earlier, the obligations will become taxable and the county will be faced with potential penalties from the IRS unless the county makes arrangements to optionally redeem the obligations at the earliest possible date of 2/15/31. The county will need to establish an escrow account within 90 days of determining that it is reasonable to expect that the funds will not be used for the intended purpose. And then he he said, there might be notification to the IRS required. So basically, we would have to put this money into an escrow account and still make the principal and interest payments until 2031, which is approximately almost $3 million.
Yeah, just so you know, he was at our conference and did a presentation on COs, and I got a chance, after I asked you to get that, I got a chance to talk to him, okay? So, I went ahead and prepared him.
Do you want to hear the rest of it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So then I also
You have
asked,
something from
I
yourself.
also asked him about if we tore down the Civic Center and rebuilt it new in its same place, we cannot do that, nor can we build a new Civic Center in a different place because the specific purpose was written that says the renovation and improvement of, and for the construction of an expansion to the Civic Center owned by the county, as well as, payment of professional services and cost of issuance. So you cannot build new, we cannot build a Civic Center new somewhere else or in its place. This can only be used for the renovation of the current Civic Center where it stands.
Okay.
I have, this email and I printed it out for y'all so y'all
So
can read
this
it as
is our
well.
only option.
Renovate
Either
it or
we
sell it.
remodel, or let me ask this, either remodel the Civic Center, like we're talking about possibly doing, or we're gonna have to take what we have
Pass it down.
in the account right now, put it in escrow, and we're gonna still have to pay the $400-something thousand a year till 2031.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what I asked him about. So, and I estimated, that's not a hard number, but what I did is I took the principal and interest payments through 2031, and I subtracted the interest from 23, and I subtracted the principal and interest from 24, so, and added the rest of it up, it's $2.8 million, $2,835,275.
You pass it down, one pass. Take one and pass
I
it.
made copies for everyone.
Oh, okay, oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And what we got, as you saw in the treasurer's report, what I put up earlier, we got $5,933,000 that we would have to put in escrow. So essentially, we're still gonna have to pay for remodeling the Civic Center to a certain extent. Whether we get a remodeled Civic Center or not.
Is that after, the interest that it'll grow every year, or is that before the interest that'll grow every year? Till
Well,
the time we pay it off in
Well, I'll let
Once,
Frank
once we put an escrow account, we wouldn't earn the
So
interest.
they would earn the interest.
Correct. That's why we have to put an escrow account. We can't earn the interest on it.
That's what I was wondering.
Right.
Because I was the one who made the suggestion when we were in your chambers talking, when I come back from conference. If we're gonna use the total using of the existing facility, I wasn't on board there to just go ahead and level the building or to sell it. That was me and you talking in your chambers.
Right.
When I come back. Yes, sir.
You mentioned that to me, that might be an option. I just asked to find out, can we sell the building? Cause that's what I was thinking, if we're not gonna remodel it, I'm for selling it, paying the money back. But we don't even have that option unless we wanna pay for Civic Center and get nothing.
Okay, Judge.
So that's kinda where I'm at.
I have a few things I'd like to say, but I'd like you to.
Have all the information we can to make a decision, okay? And I want the public to understand what our options are,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Well, I'd like you to finish your presentation,
Okay, all right.
then I'll.
But, okay, so let me, because I'm not quite, I put that in there just as a backup, no private business use on the finance project, so. Let me go to the other PowerPoint. So let's go back to the proposed plan and what it addresses. I mean, what I wanna do is us as a team, put this thing together to address our problems and get out from under some of the expenses that we have. So let's kinda go through this, and I put if somebody's reading this, Mark's got it scanned in, at least they would kinda understand, or somebody's looking at this on the website, they'd understand some of the things that we're trying to address, not just build a conference center and not just build some offices. We're trying to address problems that some of our programs have and to address our growth, looking for the future. So you know, elections, you're gonna see some stuff that I put in here. Fortunately, I've been, I'll tell you what, Casey did a program for any of the elected officials, back last Tuesday, and it was kind of short notice because we'd been trying to plan it and she was on a heavy schedule. But she went over all the voting machines for anybody that could be here that was a candidate. So they would know exactly how everything worked in this election. That was something new that but she's out of space and they could see that room is packed. You're gonna see in a little bit, and we've already had to do the overflow in another room and take out the courtroom and lock it down for a longer period of time. So, of course, we got the state rep's office, it's over there, in the Agri-Life building. We need some conference space. I've got an email that I got from the Rotary, because I'd showed a couple of them the plan, and they're already wanting to reserve, if we do this, for their conference next year. Okay, and I'll get into it when we get to the end of the presentation, but we've lost some conferences for the extension office this year already. And we've got a hotel motel tax, and if we have some conferences, since we're collecting a hotel motel tax, and Rashad and I met with the hotel owners, and they'd kind of like to see a return on their money. They're paying us money, they'd like to see some heads in their beds for revenue to help offset some of those costs. So that's something we're dealing with too. The Agri-Life building is, they need more training facilities and office space. These are some of the things I just put as bullet points down there that for the Agri-Life. Training facilities for the master gardeners, kitchen they don't have a kitchen in the current building. And I asked Truman, I said, you know, what kind of things do they do in the kitchen? Well, one of them was like dietary programs. They teach stuff for youth and adults, like people with diabetes or health problems, teaching them, you know, helping them set their diet where it helps their health issues. The farmers and ranchers, and of course some of y'all have probably even been to some of those classes that Truman does on the continuing education for the certification for permitting to be able to put out pesticides and things like that for farmers and ranchers. You know, they had to use a church for the 4-H awards ceremony. Master gardeners are using churches to try to do their meetings and training into community events, just like Rotary requesting to do their conference in March of next year. We missed in January, February, a 700 participant conference that was ours. Truman said this was our conference, and it went to Tyler. And I said, well, how did their facilities work over there? He said, well, they put 500 in one room and they put about 200 in the other room. They had TVs on the screen up on the walls so that the presenter could be seen in both rooms. Another one we just missed was about a 200 person participant. And of course, we could have probably gotten, I don't know if they rotated, but the one that I went to in Nacogdoches that had several people. All right, so let's talk about the plan, okay, or potential plan. So I put just kind of the smaller versions where you could see everything, and I've blown some of these sections up to kind of give everybody a better idea. Now, if you look, the first level will be from the front door, and if anybody that's been in the Civic Center, as you walk into the auditorium, there's a flat area where the person that was working the sound system is in the lights work. So it would extend on past that, and that would be one level. And Trey Greer with Fitzpatrick is here. So if you got a question as we go along, he's here to answer any questions. And then we're going to talk to him after we kind of get through with this. But, and Trey, if you see something I get wrong or that you need to point out, then let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
And of course, the court's seen this once, but I wanted to make sure it was kind of small because we were dealing with the PDF. All right, the floor level past that wall would you'd drop down 5 feet, you'd have a level space with meeting rooms and bathrooms there. And then the next level will be down where the stage is. That would be a 10-foot drop, and it would be level. And of course, there's offices and meeting rooms there. And then where the multi-purpose rooms, a lot of people use that for dances and proms and family reunions and that over the years, that would be, dropped down just from that front level, I think, 2 feet, 4 inches, correct? Okay. All right, so looking, kind of taking these a space at a time, the area in white right there would be the ag extension offices and training and meeting room. That meeting room holds 114. Now, the fire marshal is actually, you'll see in a little bit, fire marshal's actually inspecting all the county buildings for compliance, okay? And it's just his annual inspection. And I asked him to give me some feedback on the building they're currently in. He said that bottom floor can hold only 49 people, no more, okay? And all he was looking at was fire code. He wasn't looking at ADA.
Judge,
Yeah,
so that 49 he was talking about, that was for the capacity of people who could exit through that stairway, correct?
correct.
That's the only reason he went to 49, because the stairway, we only have one exit stairway. During the event of a fire
Yeah.
or anything going on in there, they wouldn't want anybody to use the elevator, even though it's down now. They wouldn't want anybody to use the elevator, period. So the elevator would be out the question.
Correct.
It's the fact that we don't have 2 stairways for exit.
That's correct. And he measured the stairwell, he measured the space, and he said on a maximum capacity, 49 people in that basement at one time.
That's correct, for
Okay.
exit capacity.
Now, I'll just tell you, I was over there and I talked to the master gardeners and I showed them the plans. And we were talking about if you had a fire in there, and before I could say anything else, and I'll just tell you, it was a direct quote from the back of the room, we're screwed. Okay, if it happens in that where the stairwell was.
Was that from the fire marshal or someone from our?
No, that was somebody in the audience.
Yeah, that was the audience.
Yeah, that was the
Yes, sir.
audience. I don't know who said it, that's what I heard from the back. Okay?
I was told that was the safest building in Anderson County, really. That's what I was
Well,
told from the fire people.
And I'm trying to look at this holistically and evaluate what our situation is. That's all. I'm not
Yes,
trying to criticize or say anything.
Well, no, sir, I was just
Okay.
stating the facts that they said out of all the city buildings and county buildings downtown, due to the bomb shelter and everything that building was orchestrated, it is the safest building downtown.
And it's well structured, I'll
Yes,
say that. Even the architect said that. Okay? It was a strong building.
Our fire marshal's on vacation. He wouldn't be back till tomorrow morning in the office. And I reached out to him last week to talk to him, and this was information I received.
All right, so one of the things in talking to Trey, and we mentioned it last time, is there's a full kitchen in the building. The thing about it is trying to access it from both sides, from the multi-purpose room and also from the auditorium. And if you can see, he designed it a flat area. My mouse is not going over there, so see where the arrow is, it says door. There's one there and there's one right underneath where the arrow is. So you could exit the kitchen and be able to access all the meeting rooms into the auditorium area. So if the ag extension office is doing something with cooking or whatever, and they need to prepare a meal or whatever for the meeting room in their meeting room, or one of the others if it was a bigger function, then they could access all 3 rooms. Okay? And you'll see in a little bit, the one that's early voting could be used for, and Truman said that he might use that one because the seating capacity is larger if you needed a bigger space. Okay. And then, of course, the state rep could office there in the front lobby. That's the bigger office. And this is kind of the bullet point I had on that first slide, just to put it in the presentation to it, blow it up a little bit where people could see it in here. Now this is the Ag Life building, okay? That was, I put it down there on the bottom. Some people thought that we're talking about the Capital One Bank building at the Loop and Old Elkhart, out off of the Loop by where Office Depot, Office Depot's building is. So I purposely put, it was Royal National Bank. I know it was Hibernia and Compass at one time, I'm pretty sure. And then it was later Capital One when they closed it. So that one's been around since the 60s, that building has. That's the other entrance off of the Magnolia side. This is the offices. in the lobby. Looks real nice. Then you got the stairwell. Going right beside the stairwell is the elevator, which is out of operation. And then this is the meeting rooms. And, I went ahead and put that in about 49 capacity is the maximum capacity. And that's showing the exit from the other direction. We had some water standing on it. I just put those pictures back in here. We still, whether we address the roof or not. This was one of the things that I didn't get to show the commissioners last time, but that where the water was coming out of there when we have a bad storm, when the water comes out of that opening there into that gutter, it's splashing over into the windowsill. I have a videotape of showing that, and I think that's where our leaks developed. It washed out some of the caulking around the window and was leaking down into the basement. And that was the leak there. And then it was I put some thresholds under the front door, and I think that stopped the leak on the front door. I don't know that it's leaked down in the basement anymore from that part of the building. But the thresholds were just worn out. All right, now let's talk about early voting. If we took and moved early vote or moved our elections over there to the multi-purpose room, then this would be the election workroom where they can set up their machines, do maintenance, quit taking them, having to box them up or package them up into their containers, move them back into the jail cells, lock them down, and then pull all of it back out every time somebody's got to do maintenance or get them ready for the election. That's a lot of time-consuming work that she could be working on other things that she needs to do paperwork-wise and training her election judges and all those kind of things. And she's having to do a lot of takedown and setup. Then you'd have early voting in this adjacent room that could serve as another meeting room when they're not doing voting. Drive-up canopies, because if y'all, I don't know if you noticed it or not or been out here, but on the early votings, we've got people that drive up that can't get out of their car. She has, under state law now, she has to, and we bought her carts, she has to be able to, at each of the polling places, to roll those machines out to the vehicle and let them vote from their vehicle on the machines. So that's new statute, and we made sure that she's in compliance with that, helped her get what we needed to see. Now, so they wouldn't have to go all the way to the front of the building, then we put one unisex bathroom here in next elections. As far as I know, and I hadn't asked Trey, I don't remember asking, but that would probably be the only cut in the concrete that we'd have to do.
Yes.
Because all the other bathrooms and all are gonna be under a raised level, and we can do the plumbing under there. Okay, all right. But that would, and two, if there's a meeting going on down there, that would give the staff and or somebody a chance to go to the restroom there, without having to go all the way to the front. I think we're gonna have to reroute two of those, at least add another door on two of the offices there, so they got access from the hallway without having to go through the secured room, but we've talked about that already. But all of it's handicap accessible. On that side near the parking lot, we'll still have to reroute some of the handicap ramp, because on a day-to-day basis, if somebody's coming to register to vote, coming to pick up paperwork, whatever interaction with the election office, there's still gonna have to be handicap accessibility from both locations. That other one's almost level with the parking lot. It's got just a small step-up curve, so that could be addressed easily on the one with the canopy over there to your left. But this give her a secured workroom and storage for the machines, and it'll take and not those machines are expensive. It's a lot of wear and tear on them, but while she had them set up when we were over there doing her demonstration on all the election machines, I took a few pictures, And this is the setup in 103B. That's the one. If you went out, now nobody can exit this door because she's got election stuff set up out there. But you can't, that's one room over here on the back of the annex. It divides into 3 meeting rooms. And we're using the center one for the courtroom. But essentially, she's got everything set up, and she's run out of space. But I kind of did it from a few angles. There's one storage room back there with some shelves that she's got. I think, didn't you tell me that the one that's in the proposed plan is 25% larger than this room?
Yes, at least.
Okay, for growth.
Maybe more, I think.
Maybe more? Okay, all right. All right, and a lot of people don't know where the machines get locked up. So there's 2 jail cells in the back of this building, and that's where they're locked up for security when we're not doing elections. But as you see in the top right-hand corner photograph, then that's in 103. That's the one we use for courtroom, but we can't do that now. Of course, now elections is going on and that room's being used also. But she had to lock that room down because she had machines in there. She was in there setting them up when I was taking a picture. And then, of course, this is 103 and 103A for the elections. 103B right now is going to be the count room, and election judges will bring in the results of the election in the back door and bring them straight into the count room. Okay. Of course, just a couple other pictures where they got their ballots and stuff in the break room. Now, this is there's seating for in the meeting rooms with chairs, and also they put in some potential seating with tables. Okay. So this would be the Ag Extension Office meeting room, and it's got 114, it seats 114 people with chairs. It seats 48 people with 6 tables. Now, the court, we got those donated tables. They're really nice. It might seat a few more people with those narrow training tables that we got from New York Life that donated those to the county. Okay. Looking at the big meeting room, it'll seat 480 people with chairs. Now, I asked Trey, I said, what about a stage where we go? And what they do now is they'll have like aluminum platforms that you can put like 4 of them together or 6 of whatever you need to make a stage, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that makes it flexible where you could go turn the chairs any direction. Just thought I'd mention that. Okay. Of course, you've got ramps down in the lower part of the picture. You can see the handicap ramps. I just wanted to point those out that it's handicap accessible. I've already had a phone call about some of our buildings and making sure they're handicap accessible. So anybody listening that's concerned about that, you can see that we're going to address that. And we've got steps down, or you can take the handicap ramps. And then you see that there's men's and ladies' bathrooms right outside that meeting room. And then on the stage area, we'll get to that in a minute. All right, so this will seat that, it'll seat 480, but with tables and chairs, with the round tables, approximately 216 chairs and 27 tables. And then the second meeting room down on the stage area would seat 220 people in chairs. And if you look at the top and the bottom, there's actually bathrooms on what used to be the stage areas and storage space. In this one, it'll seat 220 with chairs, it'll seat 96 with chairs and 12 with tables. So you could have a general session seating, and we talked about this a little bit when Trey was here last time, but if you had 480 seated in the large room, you could have breakout sessions or other seating in other rooms with TV screens. So a lot of the conferences, you'll have a general session, and I know we go to those as a court, so you need, by being able to use the breakout sessions, you end up with another 510 total if you're doing a conference, and it gives you 4 meeting rooms. That's a grand total of seating of about 990. I know you were trying to get to about 1,000, Mr. Mayor, so. At least
2,500.
Well, I don't think we can get that in. All right, 176 chairs is in the early voting that could be used for meeting room 2. 176 chairs, 96 chairs for 12 tables. That's it. So. And of course, my suggestion is we sell the AgriLife building, if we can get this thing done and get out from under the expense of that. And, you know, all things work together for good, so we had to fix the elevator, let's spend that. We got $275,000 budgeted, we could use it on this project. And or the courthouse. We may need some of that for the courthouse. So, now, yeah, have y'all got any questions from the presentations side, yeah, or comments, or what your opinions are? I mean, I didn't know what our options were either. I'm glad that Megan was able to find that out, because, you know, if we wasn't gonna do something, that's my opinion, just sell it and give the money back, do something else. But we can't do that, not really. We're still gonna pay for remodeling on Civic Center the way I look at it, so. What do y'all think?
Well, Judge, if, nobody else saying anything right now, I got a little bit I wanna say. I was not at the Commissioners Court meeting on the 22nd when, it was stated that I was on board with this plan. I came to your office when I got back, and I expressed my concerns to you because, there was a few concerns I had with this existing plan that you just showed. We talked about them.
Well, and I didn't have the drawings when we talked about it, did I?
Yes, sir.
I did? Okay, all right.
When I came back, we met in
Well, I
your
think you want more
chambers.
seating and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand.
We met in your chambers, and that was private to talk with you and see if we could work out a few things and go from there. We talked about the where you know, I expressed to you how I felt that I was thankful that the court put me as a commissioner to work with the judge on this project. But beforehand, I would have liked to work with you in some of the planning. I felt that, you know, I should have went to the architects before you went to the architects, but we could have, I believe we would have came together with a collaboratory effort and came up with a good plan for the people. I could have emphasized some of the concerns we had before, being an existing member on the court, the reason why we were trying to develop a civic center. I do understand that you stated that the initial civic center was for the AgriLife 4-H building, but then when we had the opportunity of buying the Capital One building so cheap, because they had that building listed at what, 500,000 at first, maybe?
I don't know.
I
That was
think it was
before I
around
became-
550, Commissioner Chapin or somebody. And what did we end up purchasing for?
165.
165. And then we end up getting the Civic Center for 210, and that property was initially for 210 with the 5 acres. We negotiated, received 5 more acres, so we have 10 all down the hill and up the loop of Loop and Highway 287 19 frontage. That is prime real estate. During the time of receiving the emergency act funds, the COVID funds and everything, we were able to help get E-Tech, not East Texas Broadband, E-Tech, the ones who brought our actual broadband infrastructure in, who was awarded the big major grant through the state, and we were able to help finish out with some funding that we had from there to go all the way out to the Civic Center and stop their line there, because they were coming in with the city funds and coming in so far, and they stopped like right into downtown. We made more access for more businesses to get it. So we had all the utilities and everything ran out to the Civic Center where we'd be a part of that. I felt that, you know, I didn't get a chance to go with you to the architects. This was your plan, and at that time, I asked you, I say, Judge, I just kind of feel that, I'm not with it, I need to step off of it, because the collaboratory effort wasn't there. I believe by being a Commissioners Court member, I need to be on board to help direct, develop, and get a good proposed plan that will support and benefit the people. But, out of all Commissioner Court members, it's no disrespect to anybody, but when you call me, I'm there. I always work with you. We just finished a project for the Tucker voting place.
Okay.
And everything you asked me to get done with Road and Bridge crew, we're gonna do court, we got it approved. I helped you do it, and I'm thankful for what you did, because that's a big need for the people of Precinct 2 in the Tucker area. We worked on broadband. I brought you up to par on that. We did have a meeting with the hotel people who had everybody, all the hotel members, owners, which every existing hotel, motel, inn, whatever we have here in Anderson County came. Since then, I've met with some of them. They are concerned about that hotel motel tax because their taxes went up tremendously. The last one I met with a week before now, just one hotel itself, their taxes were $63,000 a year they would pay, which it goes off the capacity of income made off the beds. And so it shouldn't go that way. It should go off their taxes, but it does now. So they had to pay an extra $30,000, and that's a small hotel. That's not our big one. The Hampton, he had to pay way more than that. They would like to see now, I know the first time they came, they wanted to have just try not to overstep some of the places that we have here that has meetings for us. But now they feel that we need to bring people into Anderson County so they could put bodies in their beds. If we don't bring in people to Anderson County so they can put bodies in their beds, that's where I came up and told you, Judge, hey, let's just sell it, get rid of it. They were on board with trying to find someone who could hold like a Marriott flag or something, which I think the Hampton owns a Marriott flag to a certain point in time. But, and try to get an actual hotel person to come in. If we could sell that property, which the value of that property, oh wow, it would make the county a lot of money right now, but we can't do that due to the bonds and obligations that we have ourselves in. So now we can't do that. But if we could have sold it to, say, someone with a Marriott flag that came in and actually built a conference center that had 110 beds or more with a restaurant in it and everything else, that would be the ideal location with the 10 acres. And we would have made a good chunk of change for the citizens of Anderson County. It would have been a good thing. Now that we can't do that, we understand we need to go back to the table. And I mean, as far as the agriculture building goes, I know that you stated you would like to come off from up under it. I can understand trying to combine those utilities would cut down on it. But I do think that the agriculture building at 160 was a great asset to Anderson County. I believe we need to keep it open. As far as the agriculture building, I expressed that to you in the office in there, and we talked about it. I can understand how the agriculture building to you puts a bad taste in your mouth. It's because the agriculture building has turned into a turf war. It's basically, if I can't get it this way and I can't get it this way, well, let's get rid of it. Let's wash our hands. I don't feel we should be that way.
Okay. I talked to Freeman the other day. He's been to my office multiple times. He's frustrated. He says, Judge, this is interfering with my, I'm telling you exactly what he said. This is interfering with my program. I said, Truman, I've tried and I've tried. Until I can get some court members that agree with me with fixing the elevator and doing what needs to happen. But now, I've got more information. He can only put 49 people down there. But he does not have a kitchen.
But then I asked you this in your office. I said, Judge, let me handle the elevator. I could go talk to the commissioner.
No, you can't.
And I
It's
can
an
see
illegal
if we can
meeting
get-
if you go talk to them.
No, sir, I'm not saying go talk to him behind the scenes. I'm saying I could come back to this court. I could come back and ask, just like I asked you, and if I could have a chance with the commissioners, we get this on the agenda. See if we can come up with a plan to fix the elevator correctly, because we did receive funds in that we could use for this elevator. And understand right now, we're using a lot of those funds for the building. The COVID Act funds, we use a lot of funds here that in the past, we gave some to the schools. We helped out schools. That's when the teachers, everybody got $750. We helped some of the districts get their iPads, everything they needed, along with City of Coliseum doing that. But truthfully, in that matter, as I stated, those COVID funds could have been used for other measures and other things to help out the people the way they were designed. I know at first when the COVID funds came to the state of Texas, nobody wanted to participate in any of that, and that was all for party reasons. But being on the council of government, we all went out and we sit down, and then with the previous judge, he was on a lot of state boards, he recognized the impact too, where all these counties should benefit from these funds, and we have used these funds to do a lot. But we could have used some of those funds for other variations of projects to help the people more. And so what I'm saying about this agriculture building is that building, if you want to change the fire marshal's problem with the 49 people, that's due to the width of the stairway for leaving, because even without an elevator, if we put a brand new elevator in today, he's going to tell you if there's a fire or a disaster in that building going on right now, he wants everybody to leave. The first thing he's going to shut off is the elevator. So the elevator is not even a factor at this point.
No,
We need to make another exit.
That's right.
But the elevator is the ADA problem.
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
understand.
so he can't use the downstairs at all
Yes, sir.
until that elevator's fixed.
Till the elevator's
If he
fixed.
has anybody that has any kind of disability that cannot get downstairs, he cannot have that the one he's got right now, nobody has a disability. I told him if they have a disability, he's gotta move somewhere else because we're not getting sued for ADA non-compliance, okay? So that's where he's at. That's interfering with his programs. They're having to go to churches. We're talking 49 people. He told me the other day, Judge, a lot of my programs have at least 100 people in them.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm
So
willing to work with you
all
on getting
Well, I'm gonna,
a way to get the elevator fixed. But as far as another exit stairwell, we have two vents. And only for emergency exits, just like the front door that's going to the street side, that Truman and them keep locking down for safety concerns, that lock needs to be changed because it's a key lock. It needs to have a push button on there, one of those red emergency exits.
I talked to someone.
And if we get that put on there, people can access that door running out. That would minimize the flow of trying to come out of one side. We need to get that done, and then we can create another exit out of the basement going out one of the vents. We have two big vents there. Two big vents at the bottom. But that's only going through the mechanics in case of an emergency. That can happen. So this building is a great asset for my understanding for the people in this county. I believe so. Then as far as going to the Civic Center, I mean, for me, just like we had a chamber banquet Saturday night. I didn't attend. I was gonna go. Actually, I was on the board, and they did good things. But here's the problem we have with that: they had to go to National Guard Army. We had a major Black History program. The 10th, we had to use Meals on Wheels. We Care had to use Meals on Wheels. I'm thankful for being on the court when I was able to be a board member at Meals on Wheels to develop a plan to come from Kickapoo to the new facility there. And that's one thing we sit down with Citibank, it was City Financial out of Tyler, to come up with a bigger area to host events and to feed more people because they couldn't do that on Kickapoo. It worked. But Anderson County has grown, the city of Palisade has grown. We have nowhere but the Casey Hall. We go there for events all the time. Have you been in the Casey Hall lately? I'm sorry. Someone go use the restroom in there. If one of those ladies go in there at the wrong time and they didn't have spirits, they probably need a tetanus shot. They get cut on those doors. I mean, it's bad that we don't have a place to hold more than 400 people, 200 people. And if we build another facility that's only gonna have a 480 seat capacity, you just spoke about having a 750 member convention that the agriculture can have, but you're saying split them up. Why split them up when we can have rooms that could carry that capacity and then also have other conferences going on in there too?
Well, that's what they did in Top.
I understand. I understand.
They took our conference and they went to
I
Top.
understand, but I'm saying for Anderson County, we could be more attractive by having the facilities that will meet the needs, have 1,000 seat facility here, 1,000 room here, 500 room here. That's 2,500.
Well, when you and I talked the first time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your emphasis was, just like it is today, is conference rooms,
Yes, sir.
okay? Do we agree on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I took what we talked about. And when I talked to them, that was one of the main emphasis, when I talked to the architects, is exactly what you wanted to do, is to take, so you did have input in the process. Now, I understand you didn't go over there with it, okay? Fine, that's fine, okay?
Yes, sir.
All I wanted was some kind of start. So, you know, I keep hearing about all these expo centers, let's just say, I hadn't seen a plan. I hadn't seen a plan except for what Robert wanted to do on the conference center. So I'm trying to take, and I'm inheriting this stuff, just like the Agri Life. Okay?
We sat down as a court, and we made a choice to have you and Rashad worked on it. He was totally
Yes, sir.
disincluded. And I think that he can bring a lot to the table, and I think respectably, I'd like to see him get back involved in it because he was not included on the plan. If he made a conversation what he would like to see, that's as far as he got involved with it. But it was displayed that you and he worked on it, and it wasn't that way, and I'm really disappointed that he didn't have the opportunity because he really brings a lot to the table.
But
I appreciate him.
But after we had our conversation, I took what you wanted to do
Yes, sir.
and came up with a plan to bring in, and I showed you, didn't I?
Yes, sir. You did
Okay.
when I came back.
And your
I come to you.
emphasis is just like it is right now. So nothing has changed. You would like to have more meetings.
That's correct. But here's another part.
So
to it.
is
The
that
second
not
part.
input?
That's one part of input. But the main input that you'll see if you put your plan back up, and it's the PowerPoint thing is still there. If you'll go back to the existing building layout, you don't have to turn the light off, Mark, if you don't want to. The biggest problem that I have with this plan, though, and this is the second phase, I believe there's too many offices. I believe Anderson County has an annex already, and I emphasize that to you in your meeting room. We have an annex already. I don't think we need a third annex. We have an annex. I think we need to capitalize on the uses of this building, and I think it can happen. I don't know how we'll get together on a structured plan, but that's something that we have been elected to sit up here and do, and I believe that we can come together and do that. But that building has too many offices in it. Too many, and that's why we don't have a seat capacity. It's too many offices out there. I know that the initial plan had too much caviar in it, and that's why we vetoed it when Judge Johnson knew that, and I shouldn't have said his name, but I did. He knew that we could have the other funds to pay the other amount of it to do it. And it would have been a Taj Mahal here in Anderson County. It would have been great. If we have to use the existing building, just like we were gonna do it first, we were only gonna use that core, the concrete wall building, and the rest of that, we were gonna build out, around, expand, build under the bottom of the back, everything. When we're building out that building, it was gonna be grand, but all those expensive fixtures, lightings, all that ceiling, it wasn't needed. It wasn't needed. And that's what made
It was a $9 million bid.
That's what made it go so high.
$6 million in the bank.
Yes, sir, but then we also made 500 and, how much did we make initially first, David?
I'm sorry.
533,000.
Okay, we made 533,000 when we first sold the bonds.
On the discount.
Yes, sir, on the discount.
So
Now,
first
can I ask another question? Do you know how much before we finish paying, we're finished paying off all parts of the annex and the jail, correct?
We finished that last year.
I know. But what was those payments before we refinanced?
I'd have to look.
Because before we refinanced them for the lower rate, and that was before my election, I think we were paying.
Oh, what the payments were prior to refinancing? I don't know, I'd have to look.
And I think we were paying more, and I think that's what the people need to see. That 20 years prior, the people were paying this, and they didn't understand they knew what they were paying because they voted on it, you're right about that. And they did not vote on this, but at the time we went out for those obligations, those bonds, it was just like knowing that, hey, I'm gonna buy a house in 2 years, and now look at the mortgage rates. If I had an opportunity to capitalize on that funding before then, and with the amount that we took, being elected the way we were not trying to throw something under the people's nose by saying, hey, we don't need to go out for voting on these bonds, we were trying to, I believe the court was trying to enhance Anderson County and made it more viable or a greater place to live, to come in where companies can have a facility, just like we have Centers of Forum now. We have other big companies in that can have trainings and meeting rooms right here. Even like us doing the expansion on the TVCC school project with the state of Texas. If they need to come in and do something other than doing it at one of their training facilities, we have a location there. That was the idea of the Civic Centers.
Well, let me just tell you my process, okay?
Yes, sir.
And this is the difference of opinion. The 4 COs have been sold. There should have been a plan. There should have been a plan just like, and I'm just, this is my opinion, okay? Because that way the court is working off of good information. There should have been a plan, there should have been a plan drafted. The process to me was flawed, because y'all should have been able to look. This is all that I wanted, is for this court to be able to look at this. Do you like it? Do we need to change it? This is was a starting place.
Yes, sir.
It was just a different idea, okay, to address some of the problems with it, okay? So, there should have been a plan. There should have, and this is what I asked the court to do today, is tell Fitzpatrick Architects, do we want to proceed to get an estimated cost? That should have been next, okay? Instead of just bidding it and then finding out it's more money than come in here, have a plan to start with, get a cost estimate with some engineering cost, come in here and tell you what it's gonna be, and then when you find out what the estimated cost is per square foot, then you do the COs, okay? At least have some kind of plan to start with, and if you do the COs, you get the money, then you can proceed on. But that's not the way it worked. And we did a jail, that's the way we did it. We got a plan, we got estimates, then we sold bonds. But we went to the voters and they voted on it, 58%. But the reason they voted on it, and I mentioned to Joey the other day, I've got 3 of these big plans in there on easels. I don't mind doing town hall meetings in all 4 precincts and let the commissioner come. That's what we did on this stuff. That's what we did on the jail. We went around and told people what we're doing with their money. I have no problem with that. It's the same as what I'm trying to show right now, so the court can make good, solid decisions, have good information before we make a decision. But I went all over this county. I did 6 or 7 town hall meetings. We even videotaped one and put it on public access down there on Channel 3. So, because I didn't want anybody to say, hey, I don't know what you're doing with my money. That's all I'm trying to do now, is I heard this all over the county. We don't know what you're doing with our money. So all I'm trying to do is work with this court to show everybody that we all work for and represent what we're doing with their money. And that's all I'm trying to do. And if y'all say, hey, if there's 3 votes to proceed, or everybody says we don't want to do this, that's fine. But we had a good conversation about it. That's all I want. And we're making informed decisions. But you got to start with a drawing or something, a plan.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm going to get criticized for coming with a plan,
Well,
and I understand.
I don't think you can criticize. I told you
For
that
leaving
you gave,
him out,
you gave
that
a
was
good
all.
plan. You gave a good plan, but what I don't think that plan is
But
the plan
your
we need
input-
today.
your
I don't think
input
that plan
went
is the
into
plan
this.
we need today.
I got as many seats as I felt like we could try to get. And that was the design, and that was one of the big things, was trying to use what you had asked about, and what your input.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't have drawings until you came to my office that next time, before we got into court, and you couldn't be there.
Yes, sir.
On Monday.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, if you take a poll and you watch the people, as you stated, I don't think you'd have enough votes in Anderson County to say, spend $6 million on that existing building. That's just my opinion. You might.
Okay,
I think the
let's go
people
ahead.
might come with it, but I don't see the people saying spend $6 million on the existing building, no growth, really no change at all. But back to what I would like to say, from the statements that I said a while ago to now, I like what you proposed to tell, you need a plan to tell the architects what to do. And at this time, I mean, I don't know what anybody else to say. I would say we do not proceed with letting them coming out and giving us pricing of what this would cost. I would say if the court wants to keep me there, or if they want to put Joey or somebody else on it, I still would like to extend a hand to work with you. I believe we can come up with a plan, but you know where I stand on it as far as all the offices go. I'm willing to work with you, and I'm willing to go back to the drawing table. I know we're gonna have to pay them for their time of coming up with that, which I think that's another agenda item next. And I'd like to work with you on it going further if we could. And I think we need to come up with a different approach.
You need that in the motion. Or is it time for that?
I mean, I don't know. I don't
There
know what
wasn't an action item on that one.
Not
The
action.
action item was to give them direction whether to proceed
Okay.
to go to engineering to get us an cost estimate for this. Because Trey's told me that he feels like we could stay within budget. Okay.
And I can understand.
With a 5 with this plan, with a 5.9, if you start putting in other steel structures, that's the thing, if you start building that thing up to a high level and splitting that thing all the way, you're talking a lot more steel in that building. But this is the other thing, okay? I got a leaking roof on that building right now.
Yes, sir, we know it. That Lincoln building was there when we got it too. That's one reason we got it so cheap and negotiated. But here's my thing too. Everybody taxes in Anderson County went up.
But the ceiling's falling in.
I know they want to benefit from it, and that's why we lowered our taxes to the rate that we did last budget cycle to try to help from a county perspective. They went up for a state perspective. The state raised appraisals. That had nothing to do with us. They raised appraisals on everybody. And that went up millions of dollars across the board from Anderson County. So do we actually have the funds to go over what we have inside the budget right now from the bond COs? Yes, we do. And I don't think people disclose that.
Okay, so
We can actually spend more money,
So where do you
just a
want-
little bit if we need
So
to.
that's his direction is, do we have money to go do a roof right now? They could go and bid the roof right now in just a few weeks and get a roof on the building.
Well,
Either that or we're gonna be like the courthouse, we're gonna have ceilings falling in and deterioration, and it's gonna be more cost effective, more, cost us more money.
well, from the pictures you showed us in the earlier court, last year of already demolition and everything inside the building, I mean, I would like to go in and see the floor level. I would like to go in and go ahead and tear out, bust out all that concrete, everything, see the floor level, see if we can still use the stage up under the bottom for another back door to come in and have another conference room back there. So, I mean, that's my thoughts. And it's not being objective to any of your plans. I mean, just my thought.
So where's the extra money? If this turns into extra money, tell me where the extra money's coming from.
Well, there was projections, so I mean, I don't know if it even
We-
would be a challenge.
Let's say it's another 1.5 million
We can use,
or $1 million.
hot funds. That's a specific purpose, is to renovate the civic center.
I understand that.
Or ARPA.
I'm not saying that,
But there's only, what, 400,000?
but what I'm stating is
600,000
just,
for the end of the year?
we have other pools we can pull funding from
You know,
to complete this project, to make it grand for the citizens of Anderson County and Palestine, and have something here that, not just a building with our name on it, saying, hey, we've done that. I mean, I've been on the bond committee for the city of Palestine, for Palestine ISD. I'm not worried about my name being on buildings. It was in the plaques at all the different school facilities. I'm worried about leaving something in Anderson County that we can see growth for the future. And I know you do too, but I think the growth we need to look at is not today's growth. We need to actually look at growth 20 years out. And I think we can do that. We have an opportunity right now, and we need to seize that moment, this court, and come up with a plan to benefit that and the people. Your grandkids, my children, their children's children, whenever they have some, tomorrow. And you understand what I'm saying? We can do that.
I agree with you, sir.
I still don't, I don't have any correction, okay? I'm not gonna support, I'll just tell you right up, I will not support just a conference center and put that extra cost on the taxpayers of Anderson County. And I'll tell you right now, I will be a no vote on just a conference center. Okay? Without any question, because I know that you're gonna have to raise taxes to do it. And that, I showed you $700,000 a year to pay the principal and interest and the maintenance and operation of that building. That's why I was trying to give you numbers. If we're gonna shift one building, sell it, and move that maintenance and operations over to this building, that's offsetting cost. It's $275,000 sitting in the ARPA money right now to fix the elevator. Let's agree. We hadn't fixed it. It's been a whole year. Let's don't fix it. Let's move that money out to the Civic Center or use it on the courthouse. Because I can tell you the courthouse is gonna cost us more money, and I can't give you the exact cost on that. But they told me to replace that courthouse, it's $30 million or more dollars. $30 million or more. We've got to take care of that facility. It's one of the most beautiful courthouses in the state of Texas. I've got to focus on that building first. And I'm sure not gonna do a conference center till I find out that I can.
Well, we know where you stand with that, so we appreciate that.
Okay, I'm just
But I
gonna
don't
tell you
think
right
this
up front.
court would ever consider raising taxes in any case. Your proposal this year was a 7-cent decrease. This court went to fight for a 9.5. There's a 7, and it's on the list on it for the 7-cent, largest decrease ever in the county's history, and it was not. And we went to 9.5 cents. This court stands up and fights for the taxpayers of this county. All that I'd like to see is Rashad to be able to put his input in and do the job that we elected the two of y'all to do. He's got some good plans, bring it to the table. We see your plan, I appreciate it. I look at it, I'm not totally against it. I'd like to see what Rashad have to bring to the table. We're not talking about it just being, he hasn't even made a proposal yet, so I don't know if it's a challenge to you to threaten him that if he makes it a civic center, a conference center, well then let's move on and let him have the opportunity or somebody to make the motion of our next step. Because we're just chasing tails around.
Well, let's set the record straight. We made a proposed tax rate for the budget that we had that was about 1.6 or $1.9 million deficit. We ended up with a $2.3 million deficit, okay? But we had a proposed tax rate, and for that hearing, that was a unanimous vote that this court, I myself, along with the other 4 members, voted 100% for the proposed tax rate. We took it to a hearing, and we lowered it to 9.5 cents instead of just 8.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Okay. And was that a unanimous vote?
It was a unanimous vote.
Yes,
We worked
so
together.
I
I didn't want
voted-
you to disinclude this court in your purpose for the taxation for these people. I think as a whole, we do that. And I understand the record. The proposal was what it was, and we, as a unanimous court, we took it to 9.5. You was totally involved in that, and I appreciate you. But I want to be the same, appreciate it the same. We're
But
going to
I
look
also
at this.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
I also have to have concerns as a budget officer to make sure that we can, we see the federal government all the time. They can go print money. We can't print money. We got to use what the taxpayers of Anderson County pay in taxes with the sales tax. That's our 2 big revenues, okay? I have to at least say things like, to give you the best scenario, when you got a $2.3 million deficit and you lower the tax rate 9.5 cents, I worry that next year we come up with more expenses with inflation. And now this court can't say, we're not gonna fund your budget. I don't wanna be where I've gotta start telling elected officials, cut your budget 3%, 5%, 10%. Where are they gonna do it from? Cut their clerks out? 3% cut would take, and JP wouldn't have a clerk. You can't do that. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm looking down the road, okay? But I can't justify when we got all these other expenditures and a $2.3 million deficit, just go out there and build a conference center. It doesn't make sense to me. But we got $5.9 million. And I'm willing to work with the court to devise something to help address our problems. right now, even elections doesn't have enough space. And Rashad suggested that we go back there in emergency management and take what was supposed to be the 911 dispatch and make that their workroom. It's not half, but about half the size of this 103B that she's got all those machines in. That ain't gonna work. It's half the size of what she's got right
I
there.
made a proposal to you that if we took Miss Christina and her assistant and put them in the front where Casey is, and then take that whole back and put Casey back there since she's right around the corner from the jail cells that she'll be using and everything just now, I believe, and I understand what your emphasis is on a central command center, but just like I stated to you in your office, that central command center, I don't think it will never get used. And it's because
Well, it's their offices, right?
I understand it's their offices, but we're talking about the back. I mean, there's a lot of money that was there. I think we used it during COVID. Judge Johnson and I opened up because I was his COVID team coordinator with him. And we used it to talk with Red Cross and everybody else who came in to help all the services. Other than that, I think since this annex has been here, that building that room hasn't actually been used or as a central command post for a major disaster or anything. I don't think we've had it goes back to, you ain't had your sheriff's department in there, you ain't had your police department in there, you hadn't had everybody together there at one time. I mean, it's just like your fire department. Say, for instance, you go to the City of Palestine Fire Department. They got a system now that's not integrated with the police fire department. These are the small problems we have in Anderson County and the City of Palestine that we have to turn around, call another office or department to get on record with everybody else and what they got going on, because it's not one bliss system that goes out to everybody. I understand you would like to have that happen because you're the county judge. But Judge, I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think we should utilize that space at this time, and we can utilize it. But I know you don't want to go in that end of the courthouse. To me, I feel that end of the courthouse is being wasted.
All right, people are not back there, so they can't see this. I should have put it in the pictures. They're using that for their offices. And the other side is when they have a fire meeting, when
Yes,
they have
sir.
the volunteer fire department chiefs and everything, they use that for meetings. But the EOC is not even, there hadn't been tabletop exercises for emergency since about the time I left.
There has not, you're right, and that's
Okay?
what I was stating.
And that needs to happen again, and I got them standing up the EOC right now, because it's ridiculous not to be able to have all the partners, the police chief, the sheriff, the county judge, the city.
And what's your budget on equipment that you're gonna put in there?
We've been standing up
Telephones,
with what,
computers and everything, how much is all that gonna cost us?
we've got the laptops available, but you gotta have the things situated.
Yes,
You
sir.
need to have TVs, a lot of the TVs were taken down.
What's the budget? We're gonna
They
spend a
have
lot
an
of money
emergency management budget.
but we're gonna spend a lot of money to outfit something that's not gonna get used. We can utilize those funds in the right space.
No, that's not correct. Go ahead. That's not correct. The laptops are available. What we had was a radio, a telephone, and a laptop for everybody. The hospital, EMS, everybody has a station in there. That's what I'm trying to get back like what it was when I left here. Because we had tabletop exercises and we utilize that space. So I know what it looks like to go in there and the thing to operate right.
Yes, sir.
I've had Christina and Tara working on that along with IT, okay?
Why do we have Christmas mini emergency center coming into Palestine now? Because they're not gonna work with Palestine Regional. It's not gonna happen in my eyes, but I mean, you might know something I don't know, Judge. And that's not being a wisecrack. I'm just
The
telling you.
unfortunate thing is politics get involved. When Curtis Snow was city manager, Pat Henderson was chief of police, John Hobson was sheriff, and I was county judge, it was about to happen, okay? Everybody was on board, and then another sheriff got elected, and the police chief changed, and the city manager left, went to college. So that's what happens, okay? But you could have had 4 dispatchers in there that could have helped each other for both departments, the sheriff's department and PD, and we were working. The only thing is the hospital's private, so you gotta be careful there. We went to Bell County and looked at their 911 central dispatch. With a whole lot less people, they were answering calls for Fort Hood, Bell County, Belton, that whole area over there. So you're getting a little history lesson, but the thing is, I know what that facility's supposed to look like. And that EOC back there was not like it should have been, and we've been working on it. Am I right, Christina? See, she's shaking her head yes. Okay? I've talked to Mike, he's been making sure we got laptops for everybody that comes in there. And yes, I've already talked to them about having tabletop exercise. So that facility doesn't need to go away and be used for elections. Elections is in their office. That should be their office, but they have to meet the public too for people that come in to get permits. But Casey and them probably get so much more traffic because everybody that comes in here to register to vote has got to go to their office.
Yes, sir.
So, and so they have to have people to be able to come up and see
And I
them.
propose that we open that up with a bigger door, and we put a door where the restrooms are to block off the judges and everybody coming in back there with a key card on it, just like we have now, that you have to pass through to go to Christina and them office. That we put right there in that hallway. But, I understand what you said. She has her volunteer fire department meetings and everything else, you know. Judge, I pondered long and hard about that, and just like you said a while ago, when you were talking about the changing of elected officials, everybody come in, I mean, you didn't basically use the terminology with egos, but yeah, you're right. Egos came into play and no one got there. And that was 20 years ago. So now we're looking at today. Do you think it's still gonna change? I don't think so, but back to about the meetings with the volunteer fire departments and everything else, you know, me, I see a future plan for Anderson County, and it's gonna, I know it's came up 2 and 3 times and it's been voted down by the people, but eventually we're gonna be like Smith County. We're gonna have ESD because our volunteer fire departments don't have enough people now. I support them heavy. I'm there with them all the time. The problem we have is they structure it on how much land people have. No, they need to charge by a house or how many people are there on that property, and not by one property owner footing the whole bill who may have 3,000 acres, and then next door you got somebody sitting on 7/10 of an acre. That's the difference. And once they get hashed out, here in Anderson County, we're gonna have ESD. And that's gonna solve our problem, because
For everybody that doesn't understand that, it's an emergency service.
we're gonna have one in the future. And it's gonna take care of all of our household fires, everything out in the rural area, sufficient.
But that goes with the vote of the people. So
Well, you say vote of the people. What's our options of having time to get something on the November ballot to see actually about this, what the people of Harrison County say they want?
That was
Do they want
my
a civic center? Do they want
next
to
question.
do that? Do we have an option between now and November to get something on the ballot to allow people to express their?
Yeah, you do, because they gotta put whoever's on the ballot, whoever wins in the primaries gotta be on the ballot, so there's still time to get it on the ballot.
I think it's a question for Casey. We have to
I've never,
submit some stuff to
other
the
than the
state.
bond election that we went through, and that's been long ago, I don't know, I'd have to talk to Casey in the Secretary of State's office to see what it takes to get on, because the November election's ours, this is the primaries.
Yes, sir.
So that's the parties. I mean, I don't.
And we
I
can
don't
submit
have-
2
I
or
don't
3
have a
different
problem
specials
with
and see who the
elections.
people vote
The only
for.
thing, okay, so let's talk about that for just a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
What I'm thinking is, how do we word the ballot? How do we word the ballot? And tell people all of the just like the presentation, what problems we're addressing. You know, just understand how do we word the ballot? So we tell them, well, we're having this problem here, we're trying to address it.
I think,
And go with this plan, or do you wanna pick A, B, C, or,
Thank
you understand what
I
I'm
think
getting
we
at?
should go to our legal counsel.
Yeah,
get
I
proper
think that would
wording,
be
and
something
then
for them to
propose
decide, not us,
2 or 3 different,
how it's worded.
yes, sir. And then let them come back with a final decision. And then just say, for instance, you wanna keep this plan, we'll keep this plan on board. Then we present 2 or 3 other ideas, or
That's right.
whoever else come up with ideas.
Then it won't
If I
be-
come up,
it won't
then
be
we
up
let
to the
people
court.
choose and pick
It'll
what
be
they
up to the
want.
people.
Okay, so
Instead of a town meeting.
here's the second phase, okay? How do we tell them what it's gonna cost? And where's the money coming from? If they wanna go with a conference center, and it's gonna cost. No, wait a minute, I know, but we gotta direct him to do something.
Yes, sir.
Do we wanna get engineering costs just to find what the square footage of this is? And then if you wanna come up with some kind of plan with him on a conference center and get him to figure what the square footage and what that's gonna cost us, then that's the only way to
I
put
say-
it out there where the people know what they're voting on.
But I say-
Am I wrong?
I say before we get those prices, let's see what other option we have. keep that on the table and let them take both of them to the people for those.
But can we hold their feet to the fire? Because that's what happened last time. We got a proposed square footage cost. Knowing what that building was, they looked at it. They give us an idea. Yes, it wasn't a drawing, but they give us an idea. That's why we went with what bond we did. But when they took the deal and went and made this beautiful
super
plan, they thought we was maybe a school district or something that had plenty of funds, and
That
they
was definitely
went
on
rampant.
Fitzpatrick then,
But we
because
did
they
go
had
to
the
them for a
proposed what it was.
square footage price. So if we went to him now, if he did this one and come back and said it's $500 a square foot, are we gonna be able to hold his feet to the fire that whatever he designs us is
Thank
$500?
you. And that's what we
If we
should
sign
bring
a
to the people,
contract,
because
if
they
we sign-
came to us and told us it would be $6 million at first. If y'all go out from bond COs for $6 million, we'll get this thing covered.
That's right.
Then they came back at 9.
That's
That
right.
was the initial statement.
That was nothing to do with us, the court or the county. That was the proposed that Fitzgerald put back on the table.
But wasn't there a lot of plush stuff put in it?
Sure was.
They put-
That they put
They
in.
put in
not
there
us.
themselves. That's right. You wasn't here then, so.
So that's why we,
That's why we,
it was too much to it. It was not
Yeah.
what we asked for. So that's what I'm saying, no.
Yeah, he
nothing
wasn't
to you.
here. It
I'm
wasn't
just
him working
saying
on the
that
plan.
How can we hold anybody's feet to the fire? So I don't know if we can check in to see and getting something on the ballot I don't know how it's to be worded. I know there's lawyers out there that know how to word it. And see what our options are. But as far as getting the cost of square footage of this plan, because I'm with Rashad there, there's several things to it that I'm not comfortable with on the building. If we get a price for that building for square footage, there's no way we can change it up and hold anybody's feet to the fire till we give them another deal.
But this plan, Kenneth, he said that they proposed, they estimated that they should be able to stay within budget with this plan. So that's intact. Rashad brings up whatever his, and they can look at it maybe and make the same investment, that there's a proposed thought that they could meet that same, amount of money that they could deliver the two. Then we could deliver the two plans to the people. Couldn't we do it like that?
I don't
What the
know why
people
we
wants the
couldn't.
most.
I don't know why, like I said, we'd have to talk to some legal
Let's
counsel
talk
to
to
see
council
how to
about
do
it and
it.
see.
But I don't,
I agree.
I mean, if we're gonna do any more work on this plan, I'd like to see the judge and Rashad be together on it as far as if there is too many offices. The way it's all leveled out, it's gonna be a maze getting around in it. And I understand them ramps and all that have to exist because you have 4 different levels, but
And it's so steep in it, that's the big problem, because he had to work a whole lot to make sure we were ADA compliant and all that. The reason the offices are there, because I thought, and I'm saying this just as options, but I thought, since we got handicap parking there in the front, that could be the veteran service office, and utilize that building for somebody else. The back ones, that could be the veteran service officer with a canopy and a handicap parking out there in the back, where they could get in and out of that. It's easy to say, hey, it's a civic center on the loop instead of down here. But I'm just saying those are options. The other thing is, I thought the constable, there's 2 constables, and we're gonna have some new constables. So there's 2 constables back there in one office together, and then there's another constable. So I'm just trying to have options for the offices, okay?
yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying this is a plan. I mean, if we're gonna see another plan, I'd like for you and the commissioner, who the court wants to represent them, to plan together on it and come up with something that we all agree on, and then we could exceed further with it. But I'm still leaning towards, I mean, it's been brought up several times that we're not asking the people what they want and all that. I think if you get something on the ballot, that allows the people to speak. And how it needs to be worded, I'm not sure yet. We could get that found out. And let the people of Anderson County tell us what they want, and we can make a move from there. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree with that 100%.
As far as what's on the agenda today, to take action on Fitzpatrick Architect proceeding on, I'm not in favor of them proceeding anymore on this plan. That's just my.
And that's why I put it on there, that way.
Yep.
So we can see what's on there.
Move on.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion, we don't proceed any further, on this plan, if that's what the motion needs to say.
That approve it. What about approving the work he's done, paying for his hourly, based on our contract?
You know how much that bill is, sir? Yes, sir. I'll second it, and, if it's okay with Mr. Dixon amending his motion, I understand that, they need to be paid for their time, so,
Do
Would that
we
come in
know
at
what, did he say what that cost was?
yes.
He said he doesn't.
I have to go back and look at the time limit.
Could he bring it to the next
Still
court?
based on the,
get
it's
the
still
bill
based
approved.
on the contract,
Yeah, because we
correct?
have one in place already. You know how many hours was it? Because
He don't know without
He
us.
don't Put it on, do it on the next one.
If it's based on the contract still in place, then
You
there's
just submit the bill and we put it on.
That's right.
yes, sir. You can submit it, and we'll put it on the next bills.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, that's fine, I think we can see it.
So your motion is
If you
not.
amend it to that,
Not
sir.
to proceed and to, take care of the current, what we currently owe on our next court after the bill's presented.
Okay, is that a second?
Yes, sir.
All right, motion by Commissioner Dixon, second by Commissioner Mims not to proceed with Fitzpatrick Architects in doing any more work, with regard to the proposed plan. And, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Item number 15, discuss options and take action as necessary to direct Fitzpatrick Architect on.
No,
Oh, excuse me, I
16.
started reading there. Number 16, consider and take action on an addendum, to records management imaging agreement between Anderson County and GOVOS to extend the provision of services until December 31st, 2028. And that's Mr. Staples. Mr. Staples.
Morning,
Thanks for
Judge.
being here, Trey.
Trey, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is before you a 5-year extension of our current software that basically does everything except for court records. So it does your OPR and your vital records, and basically, like I said, everything except for the courts. It's a 5-year extension paid out of the Records Management Fund, as it has been the last 5.5 years. Any questions?
Any questions?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, Your Honor.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Four.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you, Mark. Item number 17 is consider and take action to clarify copier Canon DXC 359IF approved for Commissioners Secretary on February the 5th, 2024 due to an error on pricing.
What was presented to the court was, the pricing was, less than what was actually received, so, this is just for the record. Because Kathy already received the printer, so I didn't think y'all would not approve that.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 18 is consider to take action on awarding bids on the financing of 3 2024 Mack granite dump trucks for a 13-month lease.
We received back the bids for financing. Prosperity came back at 5.49. First National's 5.65, Cadence Bank 5.78, and Commercial 6.54%.
So Prosperity Bank.
They won. They had the lowest.
If we approve this, how long does it take before we can take possession of the trucks?
Whenever, I mean,
When they get them ready, I guess.
Yeah, because
Well,
this, I
he
mean,
said
we
they
won't
can
pay
deliver
this
them
for
tomorrow.
13 months.
That's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
They said he sent a text a while ago, said he can deliver the trucks tomorrow.
I don't think that's a problem because this is, I don't think that's a problem. I'll find out.
Okay.
I don't think
Well,
that's an
That's
issue.
the reason I asked, because he just sent that text here in court that,
They're ready.
yeah. But, I make a motion, we accept the bid from Prosperity Bank on the 3 Mack dump trucks.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 19, consider and take action on engaging with Cap Risk Consulting to provide an actual evaluation of the fiscal year 2023 audit regarding the other post-employment benefits. Megan?
This is one of the steps I have to take to do our financial statements. They do an actuarial evaluation. We do it every year. I just need the court to approve using them.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 20, consider and take action on approving additional purchase from capital outlay to outfit the 2024 sheriff's office vehicles and with the insurance proceeds in the amount of $13,092.63 and approved budget amendment number 11. Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's a simple one. These are proceeds from insurance payments on vehicles that were wrecked last year. And we now have that available. We want to move that so that we can fully outfit the vehicles we were able to buy at the end of 2023 with the unexpended budget funds that we had.
And the court actually already approved the budget amendment. It was with the consent agenda. So, sorry, it was supposed to be separate.
I guess we're done.
But I mean, the court, yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 21, what we're gonna do is, we've got applicants for the Veteran Service Office, and, I asked them, because I didn't know what time we get through, so they didn't have to just sit down, to reconvene back at 1:30, so we can, go into closed session and interview the applicants for the Veteran Service Office.
How many applicants?
Four. And I've got it, I was waiting on, I had a resume, but I didn't have the application. They couldn't print it out and sign it, so they're bringing it with them. But I'll have a packet for each one. Okay. And, so if you want, I don't know if Lisa's got those yet, but when y'all get back at the one or whatever, then, we'll get you a packet so that you got everybody. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So you can review those. And then actually, we missed an item that we were gonna put on the regular, so we went ahead and did a special meeting for 1:32 to get that taken care of for emergency management, okay?
Yes, sir.
So at this time, we'll recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
Yep. We rolling on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is gonna be on the special. Okay. All right, I'll call the Anderson County Commissioners Court to order on February the 26th, 2024, for a special meeting with just one item at 1:33 p.m. Show that a quorum is present, all members of the court are present in the courtroom. Thank you. And the first item on the agenda is consider and take action on a resolution R-03-2024 adopting the FEMA approved Anderson County, Texas multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and appointing the county judge as chief executive officer and authorized representative to act in all matters in connection with the portion of the hazard mitigation plan. I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Is this, a resolution we do each year, Judge?
It's related to emergency management.
Yeah. Well, I
So as an emergency management administrator, that falls under.
This is a resolution pertaining to your hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah.
That I brought each one of you into my office and discussed areas that you want to mitigate. And this is the plan that has to be adopted with FEMA every 5 years. And this is part of it.
Every
We did it,
5
we did
years?
it 5 years ago, and now we're doing it again. The
Okay.
cities have also got the same kind of resolution to go through their council.
I just didn't remember doing it every year, but
No, it's every 5 years.
okay, thank you.
I'll put it in form of a motion, Your Honor.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Mims to adopt the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner
Thank
Dixon.
you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Y'all can sign it.
Yes, sir. While y'all signing, I'm gonna step outside. 1 second.
Here, let's give, go ahead and give that to Mark, so we can stand. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
So moved.
So, a motion by Commissioner Hill. Do I, hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Okay, we're adjourned out of that meeting. And I'll show that we reconvened our regular meeting from this morning, which is, the regular meeting for February 26, 2024. We started at 9:30 this morning. We're reconvening the meeting after our, recess for lunch at 1:37 p.m. And so the first item on the agenda is to, which is item number 22, is to adjourn into executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberations regarding personnel matters to interview veteran service officer applicants. So at this time, we will go into the jury room for our closed session. And you are welcome to stay right here. We're gonna move into the other room and we'll call you, and I'll probably just call you in order of, the way your applications came in. Commissioners Court reconvened in regular session. In the executive session, we were there deliberating personnel matters pursuant to Government Code 551.074. No action was taken. And we reconvened at 3 p.m. on February the 26th, 2024. And moving to item number 23, consider and take action, if necessary, regarding personnel matters discussed in executive session, appointment of additional veteran service officer. Do I have a motion from one of the board members?
Yes, sir. I make a motion that we go with Jonathan L. Deckard and a contingency on him getting all of his certification and passing all of the rest of the requirements to be our veteran service officer.
Okay. Can you use the word background in there?
Okay, background is part of the requirements and the,
Okay. And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Mims made the motion, second by Commissioner Chapin to appoint Mr. Jonathan Deckard as our additional veteran service officer, contingent on getting certification and also passing and completing the rest of the background. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So ordered. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.